Hello, people and bots. It's Grandpa Canuck here, and we are back in Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice Mod Germany Late War playthrough, Part 2. It is currently October 1937. We have about 800,000 troops in the field, and we need to increase that. And Bonnie and Clyde are here, my two green cheek conures who love to get in on the conversation. So let's do a couple of organizational things here. This is the base unit. Start another 10 of those. Okay, and just looking through here, and I still have non-trucks here. So if I change that to motor assault infantry, do I have the needed equipment? I have the assault guns. I have the transport trucks. Okay, so that's looking fine. I can do that. Now I don't have assault guns in production. Combat engineer, motorized. I think I want to add that possibly as well. And that looks good too. Okay, I think that will do. That'll round out what we want our basic Panzer division to look like. We're going to send them to the factories. Okay. Stability, add war support. We'll do that. And we'll do that. We have the 1937, it's October 1937. This is slightly ahead of time. This is not. Approved particle source. Away we go. Okay, looks like our Navy's getting done. Where do we sit here? I know what we need. We need more tanks. And we have that cruiser's almost done. It's a hipper class. Now, let's see about upgrading it. I don't think I want extreme range. And what do we have here for armor? That's good. Interwar. Whoops. We have 12 high angle, interwar 65. We have that. And rather than extreme, we're going to come down to medium long. That 4 becomes a 5. Main guns, armor, engines all staying the same because this is really just an upgrade. Better plane. And I think that's the upgrade. So this is the hipper class, upgraded 37 October. Let's start one of those. And we will go from there. Technically, that's out of date. We will upgrade that shortly down the road. That is fine. Goering's 4-year plan. Continue. I think it's time we looked at the basic SS units. These are all central. This one is south. Just throw him over there. You're really central as well. There we go. All these guys are pretty small. I don't have the field uniforms to do that. We'll do that though. We are lacking uniforms. Improved transport ships. That's capital. Gives me a better battleship design. That's still a long ways off. Give me super heavy armor. We'll go with that, and we will not spend the 50. Okay. I think the time has come to start doing some upgrades. I think the simple thing we've got a bunch of stuff done training here. Let's separate that off. Send it back to port. And upgrading. F5, F6, F4, F3, F2s. Those are all F1 types. Let's just upgrade these. There we go. That'll take care of that. Improved machine tools. We have now 4 more. I know what I need. I need assault weapons. That's for 1. Now, uniforms have been going short. So 2 in there. And I'm thinking possibly artillery. There we go. Numbers all still look in line. Good. Static AA. November 1938. Almost there. We're going to need the recon. That's just not very far off. We'll do that. Excavation 1. We got a few things done here. A year and a half ahead of time on that. Let's do that. Okay. Still sitting well here. One more. Continue with the horse transport. And naval. Are we really? Yeah, we really are. Going through it that fast. Okay. And something I like to do is the Leipzig can actually be converted to a Nuremberg. We'll do that too. It's essentially adding a catapult launch and changing the guns. No, sorry, the secondary guns. Oh, the humanity. I see it. I got it. Yeah, we got it. Thanks for telling me, you two. little shy. I'm going to do that anyway. You two, we're going to send to the eastern zone. There. And there. Two and three. I don't have the light artillery. I don't have the uniforms. I could probably upgrade less than half. Maybe three. Let's throw those ones over there. Those ones can go there. They can go there. One. They still need training. I'll throw them all over here for now. So all those reserves. Three can go to the south. One can go to the central. And the other four can go to the Czech. There we go. We're starting to distribute out our troops. What are we reading at now? 869. Definitely need more troops in the field. We are lacking uniforms. Lack of German aviation. And this will give us a look at doctrines. There we go. Two more. One we'll put into fighters. And the other one we will put into uniforms. Army Department. Let's go Army Department again. Toward diesel engines. December 1937, so the 38s are coming. Well, it looks like a good place to start. Still blazing ahead here. That would be that cruiser done. Okay, what do we want to upgrade now? Let's look at our destroyers. Destroyer 34A. It's actually 1934, and this will be the 37 December upgrade. And we can change that to a 4. That goes to a 3. We're going to leave the guns. Do that. Do that. Do that. Do that. That looks good to me. We should have about 10 of those. None of them are there. None of them are there. Mind you, there's a ship we can upgrade. Which means they all must be here. Look, they are. First of all, let's take everything out that is trained. Bring it back there. Septigraph spay. We'll separate it out and bring it over here to this plate. Okay, when they get home, I didn't want them to go there, but that's fine. Ten destroyers to upgrade. Pardon me. We'll move 4 in. Okay, and that should alleviate my fuel situation. There we go. Who's doing the training? We're all level 8s. They're 8s and 9s. You need training. Too many people in this base. well trained. Okay, what's going down in Spain? Rommel has been acting defensively for a hell of a long time here. I don't know if he can take that. More factories. I'm actually losing fighters. The training level sucks. Stand down. We're going to fly you home. We're going to fly down 2 new air units. And let's go with 50 close air support this time. It's only 38. That one's 47. We'll go with that one. Improved tank design. Ah, 10 new units. Here comes training number 2. Okay, we're going to send these guys to East Prussia. Go up there first. And we'll send these guys to the east. There we go. And we have one more War Factory. Going to uniforms. Poor Rummel. Oh, come on. D. Close air support. And we need to upgrade. Those. We have more steel than we need. Energy level still good. I need 17. And we almost had a hard go of it here. Hey, Captain. Here you are. Ah, 1938. (1943), and you defeated the USSR and the Allies with the USA. Okay, cool. Was that all standard settings, or did you decrease or increase anybody? Well, good for you. A little short on light vehicles. What is assault infantry? Okay. Assault infantry use a different infantry weapon. They generally attack a little harder. They're more expensive to operate. Okay, let me... So, here you can see the stats of them. Defense 9.69, breakthrough 343, right? Where these have a higher defense and lower breakthrough. Soft attack 231 versus 0.3. Soft attack of 251 versus 0.3. So they've got a harder soft attack and a bigger breakthrough capability. Okay. So they use a different type of infantry equipment. That's the one thing in Black Ice there's different types of equipment. So you have machine guns and mortars, but the basic infantry equipment is the standard infantry equipment. Okay. Like these different models here from different countries, etc. Okay, but the assault equipment, okay, is these. The MP35 goes into the MP40, etc. Research. Let's just go in here for a minute. So, essentially, they're given more submachine guns, is what it is. So they start with the MP35. I will move to the MP38, go to the MP40, and the MP300B as I go through and update my equipment. This is one thing I like about Black Ice is you can specialize the equipment in your battalions much better. First time chat. Welcome. Stromgruer. Oh, sorry, my German is not very good. And I know that is is a German term. So greetings. So one of the things I like about Black Ice is it breaks the equipment down into more detailed, and I can make many more different types of units. Sorry, I can't read that. So I can't pronounce it if I can't read it. I'm afraid my language skills are limited to English and a little bit of French. So I'm typically Canadian. Typical English Canadian. So I cannot do the phonetics to that. Sorry. So there is garrison type equipment for garrison units. Okay. So currently I have 5 different types of infantry units that I could use. All right. The regular infantry, light infantry, militia, assault infantry, and garrison. And when you look at the right-hand column below under the equipment costs, you can see they do require different things. You have a question for the other guy in chat. Put 88 at the end. He thinks he's funny? I don't know. That's obviously a German thing. You two are both obviously German of some sort. So you two can chat about that. I'm afraid I can't help either of you. Okay, I'm running very low on fuel here. Okay, keep it civil, you two. Anyway, it means HH. Okay. I don't know the symbolism, don't know the meaning. I need more oil. Because you are what you think I am. Okay, well, that's obviously a colloquial German expression, so I'm afraid I'm in the dark. Do you know the day Winnipeg was invaded? Are you talking about the communist or socialist revolt that happened in the early 19th century? Is that the event you're referring to? There we go, January 26th. You're talking about if day. Hey, it's Moritz. No, I've never heard of that, but I just Googled it. Very interesting. That is something I will read up on. Yeah, I'm in Black Ice still. IF Day, February 19th, 1942. Simulated Nazi German invasion and occupation of the Canadian city of Winnipeg, Manitoba, and surrounding area. As a war bond promotion by the Greater Winnipeg Victory Loan Organization, which was led by prominent Winnipeg businessmen. The event was the largest military exercise in Winnipeg to that point. And included a staged firefight between Canadian and volunteers who were dressed as German soldiers, the internment of prominent politicians, the imposition of Nazi rule, and a parade. The event was a fundraiser for the war effort. So this was trying to break home to the Canadian public what those poor people in Europe were living under Nazi rule. Cool. I did not know of this, but you've definitely hit my reading list with that. I will be more informed within the next day or two. You've upgraded your graphics card to very good, and now you can run this game half decently. Good for you. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people can tell me something about Canadian World War II history I don't know about. And I've probably run across the term, but ever so vaguely. And, and I'm fairly well versed in Canadian military history of World War II. But I'm from Ontario. Not from Winnipeg. What are we trying to do with the Germans today? We're going for a late war start. We are going for no war with the Allies till 1942. We are going to develop nuclear weapons. We're going to see if we can do something really nasty. Gained experience. Good for Rommel. Spanish War is just not going well. Oh dear. I hate this, but we'll do it. I hate that. I no longer have a field marshal. Yeah, so conversations, if anybody wants anything, let me know what you want to talk about, any stories. Because this is fairly routine kind of play. I don't have to do an awful lot of thinking. Oh, is it? Okay. Thank you for that piece of information. I've never run across it. But I don't think it's out of place with somebody playing a World War II German game. Providing it doesn't have a political ideology meaning. But since you're saying 33 to 45, it may. Okay, we have prepared defense done. What do I think if Adolf won against the USSR? I think there would have been a lot more genocide in Eastern Europe. I think Ukraine would have been made a fascist secondary country. He's probably a National Socialist. Okay, well, that's fine. As long as we don't talk current politics here today. I don't care what anybody's viewpoint is. We just don't push current politics on anybody here. We can talk of things, the contextual, historic sense of things. So I'm not opposed to the use in the game of the Nazi flag. I'm not opposed to discussing what historically their policies were. The only way he could have beaten the U.S. is if he had developed a long-range bomber and bombed the U.S., and that may not have beaten the U.S. unless he had developed nuclear bombs. The industrial might of the U.S. was just so great, but the U.S. would have got tired of it. And there's a great novel made into a movie called Fatherland, and that is the alternate history I think that would be very, very possible from the winning in USSR and making a gradual peace with the United States, but the Nazi fascists have control of all of Europe. I think the remnants of the British Empire would have held in Canada and reluctantly been forced by the U.S. over time to accept the reality of a new peace. And the royal family or descendant of the royal family would probably continue on in exile in Canada. But the combined effort of Japan and Germany, I don't think, could have beaten the USA. It was just a matter of time and effort and how many casualties would happen in the world. The Japanese have a bigger navy? No. No. Until up to the Battle of Midway, they had more carriers deployed in the Pacific and more battleships deployed in the Pacific, but the Pacific's a very big place, and they didn't have enough to control everywhere. And the American production might, by the end of 1943, the Japanese numbers, even if they didn't lose Midway, would have been smaller than the U.S. Navy operational capabilities. Well, they did have raw fuel out of the Dutch East Indies, this area here, okay, Borneo. But refining it was a limiting capacity for them. And transportation was a weakness. So they were very susceptible to submarine attack. And the Americans really forced that home during the war. They would have done that in a longer scenario just as well. They learned the lessons from the Nazis hitting the British convoys. I mean, they were not on the ball in 1942 on the American East Coast. The admiral in charge had not even done convoys. And the Canadians, for the first little while, were actually defending the American eastern seaboard until the Americans got things organized. But it took 3 or 4 months into 1942 before they could even handle themselves. So it was a learning curve for them. That admiral was replaced, by the way. But that's another story. You only know German history, you don't know about the Allies. Well, ask whatever you want. Well, seems I have more Germans in the room than Canadians. That's fine. Do I know how you can increase the number of divisions that my general can effectively command? In the base game, I don't play the base game. I know in Black Ice, in Black Ice, there's a series of doctrines that you can go through. Which are these command doctrines here. So I am not up to date on that in the vanilla game. What's the chirping noise in the background? That would be my two birds. That would be Bonnie and Clyde. They are green-cheeked conures. Their natural domain would be this area of the world here. Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil. So they are tropical birds. And they are my pet little friends. They have a few human words they can kind of say. And they like talking to people. They like talking to people, and when they think I'm yelling, sometimes they'll yell too. If they get frustrated or want something really bad, they will yell. So they are free flight. They have a cage, but I don't put them in it that often, only when they're bad birdies. And they roam around my apartment most of the time. And I'm just a member. I'm a member of the flock. We interact with each other. Clyde likes to get his head rubbed. Bonnie likes to groom my beard. So they treat me like one of the family. If you look at my YouTube page, I have a picture with them sitting on my arm right in front of my beard. It looks like they're almost on my face. But if you look up my YouTube channel, same name, Grandpa Canuck, you'll see a picture. You'll see a picture of them there. I just don't have enough stuff. Huh. I need to start training all kinds of units. What is my manpower at? 919 heading to 953. Fall of Shanghai. I interviewed a veteran who was actually there with the British forces when that happened. Charlie. Yes, I played the base vanilla game, but I haven't played it very much in 2 years. For the last couple of years, I played exclusively Black Ice or some of the other mods I tried, like the World War I mod. So I am not your vanilla guy. I played it a lot when it first came out, but that's years ago. And I've played it multiplayer a few times. I will organize my units into infantry with some extra heavy units mixed in for holding a section of the line. And I will group my more mobile units all together to act as a spearhead push unit. And then the infantry will come in and support. Okay, we have a tank design done. It's a new Panzer II. Let's get some of the standards done here. Standard cannon. Still an intermediate. Still fairly light armor. Still riveted. Still riveted. Still sloped. Still 2. I still want to go with the clutch front. Standard gearbox. Coil. So we can compare these two, the new Panzer IIc to the Panzer 1A. My reliability has gone down, but my speed has gone up. It has more soft, less hard, less piercing ability, but it's more breakthrough and more defense. I don't have the last 2 DLCs. I do not have the South American one, and I do not have the Nordic country one. I have all the others. Okay, so I could probably go slightly less on the engine. We want diesel. That is slightly lower, isn't it? So I need to go to that. I could take a worse transmission. What is the best offensive defensive infantry templates? Oh my goodness. Depends on what their main task is going to be. Are you going to be in rugged terrain? Are you going to be in open terrain? Overall, you have to have at least a few units of artillery support. And open terrain, you have to be able to defend against tanks. So you have to have anti-tank units. And you have to have anti-air because there's not as much cover. So you definitely have to make sure you've incorporated more specialized battalions. I generally have a small unit, a medium-sized unit, and a very large unit which I can throw into cities or hilly terrain for defense. And I try and put the right unit in the right spot on the map. If I'm caught in open terrain, larger units, because they usually have the support units for me. Okay, so that's going to give me a better heart attack, better piercing. Oh, I can't use that gun. I have to use that gun. Yeah, I have to use that gun. I don't have the ability to use the other gun yet. I don't have the right turret available. I like the defense and the breakthrough and the armor pluses. But it's twice as expensive. I could go with the differential rear. I'm thinking that. I wouldn't say I've tested it enough to know for sure. With what you're suggesting there, since I usually have some small units for combat width, it's a matter of the second unit that I would put with it, or what I'm grouping together sometimes to take advantage of the combat width. Combat width is calculated a little differently in Black Ice, but it's the same overall concept. a lot of time my units are a work in progress. So, here is a very heavy infantry unit. Well, first of all, let's look at the standard one the game gives me. This is the standard one the game gives me. So I have a lot of support units, even some medium artillery and an anti-tank, heavy artillery. Right, everything is there, and you're looking at a combat width of 25. Right? So I have altered this for an increase of 27, where I've added the assault infantry and I've actually motorized all of the artillery. And I've motorized the support anti-air, and I will increase the reconnaissance. Actually, I think I will do that right now to motorcycles. Because that's easily done. In Black Ice, I've added the combat engineer company here, and I've changed that from motorcycle to motorized assault infantry. So I've made these a little harder and attacking breakthrough because that is how I use these units. I think the next upgrade here is this. So I have armored cars for reconnaissance, which I have, and that has slightly decreased my combat width. So keeping it below 25 is not bad. And it's essentially increasing almost all my stats. Yeah, the vanilla game just does some very straightforward things. Again, that's why I like Black Ice, is because I can design my tanks, and then I can make different types of tank battalions. I think it's time to get into the torsion bar suspension, at least for like the Panzer IVs. Okay. So I need an infantry unit, which is less than this. Let's take that away. Let's take that away, but we'll put in a support anti-tank there. Let's take one of those away. Okay, so that's giving me a 17. And that's slightly bigger than my other infantry. So this is going to be a small infantry division. Six infantry, 3 arty. That's just a reminder to myself in the labeling. We're going to label it that way. So that will be a slight increase from these. Oh, sorry. Those. Okay. So that's a slightly smaller infantry. Which is this. So moving up to that. I don't have the light vehicles, but I have everything else. So I make a progression of my infantry that I can make them bigger or smaller depending on the available equipment and the number of troops, so that I can keep them closer to 100% strength and adjust the equipment. If I don't have a certain type of equipment, I just don't go around with, without having it. I make a unit that doesn't have it, and then I would downgrade half of them if I had to the smaller unit, at least temporarily. Yes, I sent air volunteers to Spain. They're not doing very well. They're getting beaten. I'm sending a 3rd division down there, an infantry division, one of my enhanced infantry divisions. There we go. I'm not going to get that manpower by that time, so I'll have to wait until then. Okay, now we got a little bit of organizing to do. First thing we're going to do, we're going to take all those Austrian troops, put them into one unit, and label them. Okay, now you're not supposed to be Austria, you're supposed to be Western Front. Oh, I messed up somehow. That is part of the southern. Yeah, I know, I messed up. I don't have enough infantry equipment or field uniforms. Okay, I've got some transitioning to do. Start to get these organized. One, two, 3, 4, 5. Where are my shortages? Three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Okay, so I am short aluminum and steel now. I have to increase one there and get in some there. Bauxite. I will need more. And will that be enough? Okay, that balances. Fuel is good. Energy level is still 2% excess. I can press shift and left mouse on the icon that tells you what you have, some unassigned divisions, and select all divisions that are not assigned. Yes, I just messed up with that on how I did it, and I shouldn't have done it that way. Your way is much more safe on doing that, Captain. It's a valid point. Put the squeeze on them. Tool maintenance. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, we have most everybody's done. Upgrade those. That should flow nicely. These are all mostly trained. March 1938. That's the next one I want to do. Really? Still a fledgling Air Force. Okay, there's the new Panzer IIIs. Any decisions? I'll take a look. I did a few things a while back. Ah. Significant reliability, speed increase, soft heart attack, piercing increase, hardness, armor increase, breakthrough increase, all around much better, uses less fuel, slightly less fuel capacity. (1938) March. Fund the Argentinian Nazis. Well, might as well. That's all I want to do at this time. Bombing doctrine. Zaragoza's just been a problem to try and capture. Okay, Rommel, you have an infantry unit now. Mountain warfare equipment, field uniforms, horse transport, light anti-tank, uniforms. $37 days for the cruiser scheme. Damn, he got beaten out of there again. Zaragoza is just not going my way. I'm going to go for that. I'm one steel down. I'll solve that. Okay, MP38. Nice. You know, when you are holding this weapon, the untrained person has a habit of putting their hand on the cartridge here. And so when it fires, your hand holds it back and twists the cartridge at the connection. And that causes the weapon to jam. You are not supposed to be holding the cartridge when you fire this weapon. So when you look at any movie and you see somebody holding an MP38, if their left hand is holding the cartridge, that is bad realistic advice on how to do it properly. Much better weapon than the Thompson. Much better than the Thompson. Much lighter than the Thompson. I've held both in my hands. That's a much, much, much better weapon. Hey, Captain, you're back. I hope you heard my advice about not putting your right hand on the cartridge when firing an MP38. You know, if that ever comes to play for you, do not put your right hand and hold it by the cartridge. That would cause the weapon to jam more often. That is not how you're supposed to handle the weapon. Where the bullets are. The little thing you push into it that is full of bullets from the bottom, that is the cartridge. Magazine, yes. The words have similar meanings. I may be losing something in my translation. Magazine, I think, is a more correct term for military use. A cartridge is something that you insert, so there's a similar meaning to the two, but when it's full of bullets and you're pushing it in, a magazine is probably the more correct term. Okay, we've got our destroyers upgraded. A bullet would be one lead projectile. And that would be the part that's actually fired. Where the other part that stays and gets ejected is the shell. The bullet and the shell are two parts of the projectile, of the ammunition. My boss was the expert on the firearms. He was the aficionado. That was not my best expertise. I was more into the people's files and explaining the stories. I don't know how many times I had to explain the difference. In World War I, Canada took over the Ross rifle, made in Canada. And they proved not to be the most effective weapon in the trenches. And we had to switch to Lee Enfields, British Lee Enfields. So a lot of people call the Ross rifle a terrible rifle, where it actually is more superior. It's just a matter of, you know, do you want to drive a John Deere tractor or an Alfa Romero sports car? The Ross is the Alfa Romero sports car, and the Lee Enfield is the John Deere tractor. But if you're going through the muddy World War I trenches of France, you really think you're going to get anywhere in that Alfa Romero? Or, you know, would it be better to have that John Deere tractor to try and move around? Okay. Well, what do we upgrade? Let's look at our light cruisers. Oh, I know what we can upgrade. We have a ship that's already it's a long upgrade, but I'm going to do it because I can. Okay, Rommel. Further improvements to the Autobahn. Excellent. Because who doesn't like driving on the Autobahn? Can you take a ship that exists and put an upgrade on it? Yes, I've done that a couple of times. I actually have a tutorial on it, if you're that interested. But here, yes, you can. So, for instance, let's look at the pocket battleship Deutschland. Okay. So here is the Deutschland. what I can do is I can go to various components. Some components I can't, right? Like you can't literally change the hull and the armor layout. That's too much. You can't change the subdivisions, but I could change the damage control equipment. I could add anti-aircraft guns. I could even change the thicknesses of the armor, but I couldn't change the armor layout. Right? If something's a turtleback armor layout, I can't change it to something else. Right? I can add things as I get them. Right? An AA fire control. Like that. Right? And then I just save it. And then I can go and I can upgrade the ship. Anyway, that's probably the next one that I'm going to do. Which I actually need to do. So, a very timely question, actually. But I'm going to do the Graf Spee because it has thicker armor. So I want it to be my base design. So this is going to be the Graf Spee 1938 May refit. And I want that to go to a 4. That all stays the same. Add that. Improve that. Add more anti-aircraft. Upgrade the float plane. The roles of the ships. I know that battleships are eating enemies' fire, but what are the other ships for? You need to learn to play a game called Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought. You start in 1890 and go through to 1950, and you develop all those classes of ships. Yeah, I'll give you an explanation here shortly. This is going to be a long upgrade too. That's like building a whole new ship. Not quite. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Okay. Classes of ships. And what is their function? In the game, in Black Ice version of the game, these are your classes of ship. Essentially, a single B is a pre-dreadnought. These are two pre-World War I ships that were still in the German fleet at the end of World War I, and they were allowed to keep them and not scuttle them. Germany lost like 99% of its fleet in the peace treaty after World War I, one of the big humiliations that happened. So that is an older type of battleship. Call it that. BB stands for battleship. Okay, pocket battleship is a hybrid. It's half like a cruiser and half like a battleship. The guns are not as big as traditional battleships of the 1930s, but its guns are the biggest and it's heavier than all of the heavy cruisers. It's kind of a special ship that the Germans built using less resources. So some people classify them as cruisers, and some people classify them as battleships, depending on who you talk to. For the most part, I would call them very heavy cruisers. Okay, so what is a heavy cruiser? A heavy cruiser is a large gun platform. It is not as heavily defended as a battleship. It comes out of the traditional role of having heavy guns to perform in an action and being armored. Okay? So, cruiser armored, CA, cruiser armored. Other than the battleships, it has the biggest guns and will have the most armor of any of the smaller ships. It is designed to be faster than battleships. So, traditionally, their role would be to be heavy firepower of anything that's smaller than them and be able to run away from anything that's bigger than them. And the ultimate thing would be called a battle cruiser, which is a hybrid between a cruiser and a battleship, but it doesn't have the armor, so it goes fast like a cruiser, but it has the big guns of the battleship. Battle cruiser. And I don't have any in the fleet at this time. Light cruisers are gun-based boats, but they are smaller guns, smaller vessels, and their original design was intercept shipping. So anti-shipping. They were designed to be trade intercepting vessels. Torpedo boats are a leftover of pre-World War I design, and they were still used into World War II, which is smaller than a destroyer, and its primary function is to go in fast, fire torpedoes, and get the hell out of there. Now, there was mostly Italian and American use called PT boats, and they were even smaller, carried less torpedoes, went even faster. So that would be a hybrid of torpedo boats. But torpedo boats would rush in and sink the battleships. So to prevent that, they developed these boats to destroy them, called destroyers. So destroyers were originally built to have big enough guns to shoot all these little torpedo boats and be able to go fast enough to intercept them to keep them away. So the light cruisers and the destroyers take on the role of what's called screening ships. They stop the little things from getting into the big stuff, particularly destroyers. As of World War I, destroyers developed a new role called anti-submarine warfare, ASW. The Germans started using U-boats in World War I very effectively, and the British looked for ways, and the fastest things they had were small escorts and the destroyers. And the destroyers were big enough to put on explosive charges that they could roll off, and they could go over top of the submarine and drop off a depth charge. And then there were various mortars and squids and all kinds of things that were developed by the end of World War II to throw the depth charge farther in different directions, etc. So destroyers took on the role of keeping submarines away, keeping torpedo boats and small escort boats away that could fire torpedoes, that could, hurt a big ship. So they became screening ships for the most part. A smaller version of the destroyer, is escorts. Escorts are specialty ships, and within the fleet, they may have different functions. You could have some that are designed to do anti-submarine warfare. You could have some that are designed to lay mines. You could have some designed to sweep mines. You could have some that were made just as anti-aircraft platforms. So they're a small ship with a special design function. Fairly cheap to make. So the escorts are similar to terms you will hear today called frigate and corvette. Canada developed corvettes. A lot of other navies developed, America, for instance, developed frigates and subchasers. little boats to do anti-submarine warfare. And so those roles have changed, and modern frigates are bigger than World War II destroyers now. Destroyers are as big as what cruisers were in World War II. Submarines are divided into three classes here. You have coastal submarines, which are very small and were used to hide. The most famous World War II was the German Type 2, Type 2B, and then Type A and Type D were the two most prominent German ones in World War II. Then there was the regular submarines. The Type 7 was the most famous. The 7B and the 7C were the most common and produced models. And then there's something called a cruiser sub. A cruiser sub is bigger. Germans made some of these into resupply submarines, the Milchkau units, and some of them developed special power. There was experiments. The British and French both experimented with putting in cruiser guns. So they actually had submarines, one or two, that could dive underwater, surface, and have a gun as big as a cruiser to fire. The Japanese built a cruiser-type sub, which was two submarine hulls welded together. And it was so big, it actually carried 3 float planes that could launch off of a railing when it surfaced. And they were going to build 20 of them and bomb the Panama Canal and take it out. That was the plan. They never got 20 built, and they never got the logistics. They did see minimal operation in World War II. So that's a type of specialty cruiser submarine. And when you make the cruiser submarine, you can actually put float planes on it. So you could mimic that design in the game. So there's, a small air firepower used by submarine. So the coastal submarines are short range, used for defense, usually in coastal water areas. And for Germany, this was perfect for the Baltic and the North Sea. The Type 7s were long ocean going, and they were perfect for raiding the mid-Atlantic, and by 1942, they were raiding the east coast of North America. They developed long-range submarines. Even the Type 7s performed in the South Atlantic. And the Japanese were developing long-range submarines that could operate all the way over here. Their plan was to actually make those submarines to be able to come around South America, go up, and bomb New York. You just learned more about World War II history than you ever did in your school life. Sorry about that. That's what you get for listening to a retired museum professional. So, small boats are more specialized. Medium-sized boats are a combination of gun and speed. Large boats are big firepower. And then, of course, the aircraft carrier is a whole new thing that came about. It really came of age in World War II, not before. And it was power projection at a distance farther than the guns could go by using torpedoes and bombs. So the aircraft carrier replaces the shells of the battleship and the torpedoes of the torpedo boats with airplanes. I will eventually, if everything goes well, but I'm not even going to start it until probably 1941. We'll see how it goes. And here endeth the lecture. Yes, I get long-winded for anybody watching on YouTube. I'm now over that lecture, so you can start watching again, because I'm sure you just paused it and shifted ahead 5 or 10 minutes. And that's okay. These videos go on for hours. Not everybody wants to watch every minute. Need this. Okay. That will allow me to design this in 108 days, which will give me a much better design. Two aircraft carriers are start the war in 1939. We'll see, because I may be fighting the Americans by that time too. I don't know. I'll make that decision with whatever the situation is in late 1940. Actually, just by playing this game, you can probably learn more than the average high school student learns in high school about World War II. Some of it's a little different than what they would teach. They would teach grand strategy stuff. Oh, oil for 60 days, bonus. Oh, I need to get going on this stuff. I'm going to be behind on my rockets. I know I am. Ah, Russian tanks. Russian tanks in Spain. The nerve of those guys. That's not good. Torsion bar suspension. May 1938. I've got a 30% on that. I think I'm going to do that. Overall, the mod looks interesting, but I don't want to do it at this. All this stuff with crafting steel and aluminum. It's not for everyone. And if you're ever going to play the mod, don't play Germany until you know what you're doing. Play Hungary, play Romania, play Yugoslavia, play Finland, play Sweden, play Norway. And don't play Italy, don't play the United States, don't play England, don't play Germany, don't even play France for the first several playthroughs. Yeah, I'm sure. I thought you meant overall. Don't worry, I got that one. Okay. I'm about 90 days away from creating new ships. I've got all my pocket battleships in for upgrades. I still have the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau getting built. And I've got the Hipper. Getting rebuilt. I can't. I don't have the design studied yet. I can't build a carrier. It's not an option yet. I have to learn it. But I think I will at least build another destroyer at this time. And I shouldn't have anything. January 39. Yeah, I've got nothing now till January 39. So I actually have 6 months of doing what I'm doing with my Navy upgrades. Do I create a special ASW fleet? Yes, but I've got lots of time to develop. I'm going to call them convoy escort ships. And I will make a ship that has very little guns, doesn't have to have a lot of speed, and lots of anti-submarine. Yes, I will. I will be designing one. I just don't need one yet. If I'm not going to war for another 3-4 years, I got lots of time to build some. That puts me well up. Energy still 5%. The industry stuff is pretty straightforward once you learn it. It's not complex. It's just another thing you have to just watch and adjust. Yeah, essentially, that's kind of quasi an escort carrier. That's essentially a light cruiser that was an aircraft carrier. Escort carriers. That's the concept, and that's how he did it in the game. Yeah. You can make escort carriers in Black Ice. But essentially, a light cruiser with lots of float planes is a seaplane tender. That's all he created, was really a seaplane tender. It goes parked somewhere where the weather is good and they can have a safe harbor to launch airplanes. Portable airfield. What is my streaming plan for tomorrow? Like I did today, in the morning, I will stream probably Going Medieval. I will not be streaming in the afternoon tomorrow. And my stream in the morning might be short. I'm actually going to get a haircut tomorrow. And I'll be streaming very late. My evening, your after midnight tomorrow. So I'll probably be doing Hearts of Iron late tomorrow night. I may not do Hearts of Iron at all tomorrow. I may stream something else late night tomorrow, but I'll be streaming Going Medieval in my morning. So my 9 till 11 my time. Which I think you said is 6 hours difference. So 3 to 5 o'clock, somewhere in there, I'll probably stream Going Medieval. And I've got something going on. I got a haircut at 11. And I've got something going on at 1. So I won't be streaming until, at the soonest, 10 o'clock your time. If I do stream at all until midnight your time. That all depends. And then Friday, I'll be not doing any streaming until very much in the evening. I've got a day out and a late lunch with my daughter and a medical appointment on Friday. But Saturday I'll be streaming 3 games again. But the exact times will vary within an hour or two. I can't really say. You want to watch how I fight? Well, I may not stream Hearts of Iron until Saturday after this stream. And there's probably going to be one more episode before I actually go to war. And all the videos are posted on YouTube, so you can look up my YouTube channel and you can breeze through them. So if you don't see me live, I don't need to do that. I need to get that sometime. I need to get that sometime too. I better do that. I like streaming U-Boat, but I haven't done that in 4 or 5 days. I occasionally stream U-Boat, and I'm running a Type 2A in 1940 currently in that game. And I haven't streamed Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts in a while. Yeah, I know, I have to cover the Maginot Line. It's a pain. I've got lots of reserve troops back here in Nuremberg. But the war levels are low. I'm not in an issue yet. What was it called? A few years ago I did a VR game that was multiplayer, and you could play with 3 or 4 people on board a simulated version of a World War II German submarine. And I did it with somebody who was a sailor and somebody who was actually a Canadian submariner, and myself, and one other individual. Oh, that's City Hall. I don't even hear it. It's literally 30 yards, 40 yards outside the window, and the microphone is about 1 meter away from the window. So 30 meters, 30, 40 meters at the most to the base of the bell tower. And it's a couple of stories above me. It's a little taller than my second floor. But if you haven't heard it, it rings every hour on the hour. A yard is just, yeah, sorry about that. That's my age showing. A yard is a little bit shorter than a meter. So if you know anybody with really, really, really big feet, 3 of those, toe to toe. That's about a yard. 3 feet in a yard. 12 inches in a foot, 3 feet in a yard. And I can go into yards into rods and yards into miles. And we can talk about nautical miles, metric miles. We can talk about short ton, long ton, metric ton. We can talk about all kinds of units of measurement. Clyde, you don't want to talk about measurement? Okay, we won't. Everything's just a short flight for you. Okay, I have 6. Where are my weaknesses? Still horse transport. Mountain warfare. No, I can't do that. I don't have the right turret yet. Was there a chainsaw or a motorcycle? It was probably a motorbike outside. I doubt there was anybody doing yard work. The city staff around City Hall do their yard work in the morning. It's now 5 p.m. here. So it was probably some kind of motorcycle device. I've lived here for 16 years. I'm just totally used to all the background sounds. I need more aluminum. I need more bauxite. Okay, that works. And I'm not pressed for any of major factory lines. I have enough engine production and everything still. That's all good. We're going to need this eventually, so let's put one down now. I hate getting surprised running out of rubber. You want to ask for my opinion. I really want to try out going medieval, but I don't want to spend money on it. Do you think that I can text the creators and ask if I can try it out for 24 hours or something like that? Good luck. They probably won't let you. I think if you buy it on Steam, you have like 2 hours to play. Unless, just tag it on your Steam wish list and wait till it goes on sale. It will go on sale. It isn't full release yet. It's still got development to go. So it'll be on sale. So just be patient. Now there's a typical story. The old guy telling the young guy to be patient. It is on sale. Oh, gee, sorry. It's on sale and you still don't want to spend that much. Yeah, well, 20 bucks is 20 bucks to everybody, and we all need to spend it how we want to spend it. Base price is 25. It's on sale for 20. Yeah, well, the Z plan is totally unrealistic to complete in its entirety. It's a dream. I'm way behind on some things here. Yeah. Hate is a word you can't use in standard chats. You can't hate things, people, objects, ideas, etc. The chat wants everybody to be nicey-nicey. You know the Barney. I love you, you love me. That's all bullshit, don't you see? That sort of thing. Finally, you know what BF stands for? What does BF stand for? Impress me. Okay. Ah, you learned something new. Look at that. There you go. Sorry, you learned another piece of World War II trivia. Can't help you unlearn that. Sorry, it's just not going to work. How do I want to do this? Need more horsies. Why is there no stop sign on the tungsten icon? Is this the screen you're referring to? No stop sign on the tungsten icon. I don't know where you are questioning here. I need you to give me another clue. If I chose that tab. The resources and trade tab that I'm on. And I have tungsten. If I close this tab, here, I have no tungsten in storage. I have no tungsten. Okay. I can turn these on and off for essentially putting them in the warehouse, storing them up. There's none on the tungsten because I have no tungsten. I'm not using any tungsten. I don't need any tungsten at this time. All the others are set up with my daily gain, my daily output, how much I have storage capacity for, etc., etc. Okay? It is very different because I don't have any, and I don't need any. So I'm not short any, I'm not missing any, and I'm not storing any. So there's no symbol there. I think that's what you're asking. Okay, so that is 3, 3, 1, and a pack. That is 9 and 3 packs. Mine is 3 and 1. So if he is converted to that, everything goes down. That's 9 and 3 packs. That's 9 and 3 packs. That's 3 with 3 infantry. So the average of these would be 6 with 2 packs. What else do I want in this? Can you do Munich yet? No, I can't. Or maybe he can, but doesn't want to do it. Can I do Munich yet? What do you mean by do Munich yet? I'm unclear what you're asking there, Sonny. Oh, the Munich agreement. No, I can't do it yet. I can't do it till August 1st. I don't have enough troops. Bonnie, don't climb on my shoulders. Stay over there. I'm just going to standardize the size of those mountain units. It's coming. Sudetenland. Where are we? Bloody big focus tree right here. So I cannot do it because I only have I don't have 1,550 army strength, so I have to wait until August 31st, 1938. So the bad birdies are about to get caged. They're not that bad yet. They're not fighting me. They're sitting on my my swing table just in front of the keyboard, so they're as close to the microphone as I am. And they look like they want to participate in the conversation. Who cares? Do I have a problem here? No, I've got 1% to spare. Okay, we're gonna have to do something about that. The Beck question. I'm gonna bite the bullet and keep Beck. How does all the energy stuff work? Well, you have hydro plants and you have plants in the provinces that create energy from coal. You cannot build hydro plants in the scope of the game, but you lose access to them if the Allies take the area. So, your energy production is from these three sources. Okay, I can burn oil, I can use coal, or I have hydroelectric. My hydroelectric is set at this much, and it is on the locations on the map. I can change how much coal and oil, the ratio I'm burning. And if I'm short on something, I can determine what I want to short and what I never want to short. Okay? And I can control this by making more power plants, which would be a construction. And you can see the option, where are they? Power plant, right here. I do not have the capability of making new hydroelectric, okay, but I could make a new power plant. I'm going to get around that by using one of my focus tree items. Which is here. This is probably the next one I'm going to use, which will give me add to power plants. In Germany, coal is almost endless. Yes, in Germany, coal is almost endless. In other countries, not so much. Germany has lots of coal. That's why they were able to use the synthetic fuels by turning coal into oil and rubber. That pioneering technology that came about just before World War II was highly used by Germany in World War II because they had no access to natural rubber. And I am down on steel again. Getting close. Well, I get so much per turn. Just like all the other resources, you get so much per day. And if you have control of these areas, this is what I get. And Germany has lots of coal fields. So 621 from this region, 464 from this region, 17 from this region, 80 from this region, 244 from this region, and on we go. So when you look here, those 6 regions are all giving me coal. And how it's used. So I literally have a surplus of 856 a day. Do you think that World War II wouldn't happen if France didn't march into the Rhineland? I don't know if you're referring to the 1918 occupation by the Allies of the Rhineland, or are you referring to them objecting in 1936 when Germany reoccupied militarily the Rhineland? I don't know which incident you're referring to. So I need some clarification before I can answer that properly. In 1923, French soldiers marched into the Rhineland. Allied soldiers marched into the Rhineland in November of 1918. British, Canadian, French. I don't think Americans did. They went home. But the British, Canadians, the other allies, other than the Americans, I think all marched into the Rhineland and occupied it during the peace negotiations of the Treaty of Versailles, 1919. They withdrew their troops between 1919 and 1920, and the French were obviously scared and reoccupied it in 1923 and had the right to do so in 1936. But they hadn't done it for many years, and Germany reclaimed it. None of that industry could be used for military purposes. No German military forces could occupy that area, right? The resources and the military might of that area was used by France. And that was all part of the Treaty of Versailles, the big humiliation. I can search that on Google. Well, they were doing exactly what they had the right to do. If they did it in 1923, and that caused one of the crashes in Germany, as I know many of them happened. Several of them happened in the 20s and 30s. But that was all part of the ending of World War I. And that was all, according to the paperwork, legal. And it was to keep Germany put down, to keep a foot on their neck and keep them pinned to the ground, so to speak. The humiliation of the Versailles Treaty, right? Which was no way to actually create lasting peace. As one of the leading French generals said during the negotiations in 1919 for the Treaty of Versailles, he said, "This is not a peace treaty. This is a 20-year armistice." And he turned out being very, very right. It was 20 years before they were back at war with Germany, because how they handled it. So they did exactly what they could do. France, in 1918, marched troops in, and they had the right to do it in 1936. Oh, you're absolutely correct. You can play what-if political history, right? But it was one of those French ploys where, no, we're gonna kick the Germans some more and keep them down. We're not going to give them the chance to stabilize their economy. We don't care. That's essentially how the French government was treating it. And the British were no better. So their actions caused all the unrest, which caused the huge swing to the left and the right. Right? Some Germans wanted to go communist. Some Germans wanted to go fascist. Heavy to the right, heavy to the left. And, the fascists are the one that manipulated things to come to power. Quite brilliant politically on how it was achieved, really. And something worth studying. But it was all caused by the Allies and the Treaty of Versailles, ending World War I. So after World War II, the same approach was not taken. There was a very different approach. And after World War II, Germany and the rest of Europe recovered. The Marshall Plan was very American bullshit, but it was nowhere near as bad as what was done in World War I. And ultimately, Germany prospered and came back to get their great engineering, right? Their good education system, their honor and respect back as a nation. It took years, and all the catastrophes over the division with the Russians, with the Berlin Wall, Checkpoint Charlie, the standoff. I've lived through all of that. So the current NATO belief is, if you wish to be democratic, let's all work together. A lot of education is getting worse and worse in many places around the world. Yeah, well, some updates are very good. School systems are traditionally years behind what their students actually need. So that's pretty universal around the world. But that democracy, wasn't that dictator guy from Libya a democratic elected guy? But the USA didn't like it. Hitler was a democratically elected guy. Mussolini was a democratically elected guy. You're talking about Gaddafi in Libya. Yes, he was a democratically elected guy. Uh, Putin is a democratically elected guy in his system. So there are democracies and there are democracies. What is a true democracy? What is enough of a democracy that represents the people? And Hitler was put into power through an election, but he essentially stopped the elections. So did Gaddafi. So did Mussolini, pretty much. In Russia, they still have it, but your choices are limited to people from the party and people from the party. He marched on Rome and the king appointed him. Yes. Yeah, it's not quite the same with Mussolini. Sorry, I stand corrected there. You are so correct. But that's what it took in the democracy, is the king had to appoint the leader. And a lot of countries that go from democracy to authoritarian all go that same route, where somebody takes power, right? And according to Mussolini, he went up and he said, this country needs change, and I demand it, and I'm going to make this change. Right? So for whatever reason, and you can write books on it, the king, right, marched on Rome, and the king appointed him. So technically, he was, elected by one vote of the king. He didn't just march in and say, I'm in charge. And it still happens today. Germany, you have your own internal politics. I know that there's a far right party in the northeast of the country that has a lot of political clout. The Conservatives in England were just defeated in election. The far right has been defeated in France. How that will play out in the United States is still to come in November. We are due for an election in Canada. We're not quite as extreme, but our politics is probably shifting more to the right from our central liberal government currently in power. There's a lot of people that think there's going to be a minor shift to the right in Canada. Argentina is really a right-wing power. They don't like communists. We're talking about shifting politics to the right in Canada. The Liberal Party under Justin Trudeau is called Liberal, and they're kind of known for center of the road. Our right-wing politics is not as right as the American right wings, and our right-wing politics are not as right as the right-end parties in Germany. Canada is much more centralized based, but we still have our political shifts from left of center to right of center. And we do have, time to time, political groups. One was called Reform, and it started in the western part of our country, and it grew and got so powerful, and then it eventually shifted. It never got full power. And the same thing has happened throughout time. You can draw parallels to current political situations to times in the past, and you can draw your own conclusions. Let's just take the leading up to World War II, the trio of Franco, Hitler, and Mussolini. They were all considered fascist powers, but they all came to power slightly different in democratic countries. Right? So, same thing is with other places, as you mentioned, Libya. And I can't get anywhere here. I'm just pretty deadlocked. I think the same thing can be said about every far-right party around the world. They all believe they'd have more power if they didn't have the far extremists from past connections. One of my favorites is the United States with the Southern powers that seceded during the American Civil War. And they're just now, 150, 160 years later, getting rid of statues and the use of the flag, and it's not liked. This is all part of the right-wing movement in the United States, is getting rid of those symbols that are 160 years from a defeated right-wing thinking, I believe in slavery party. As having those symbols around in public are not right. I'm old enough, when I traveled in the southern United States in the 1960s, there was still segregated water fountains for people of color and whites. And I was a little boy, I wasn't used to it, and I went to the wrong water fountain, and a little old white lady told me off that I should know better than to drink from that fountain, because those people drank from it. It wasn't right for a boy like me to drink from that. And that was the 1960s, 60 years ago, 100 years after the American Civil War. So those feelings are still there in the United States, and that is part of their right-wing struggle, where you say it's, connections to Nazis in Germany. In the United States, it's connection to the old South Confederacy. Same sort of thing. Canada's more balanced because we have more people from around the world, so we get more viewpoints. Canada is fairly unique in its social outlook, social acceptance. Its extreme political swings don't happen anywhere near as much. We're made from the refugees and the opportunists from around the world. So everybody has an ancestor that was hard done by in Canada in one way or another. Economically, politically, brutality, who knows? Well, Trump has made statements in the United States that he wants to deport millions of immigrants for less than committing crimes. That's part of their problem. Yeah. No, there's a lot of countries. Canada is very dependent on immigrants. I believe the United States is dependent on immigrants. But there's a lot of people who would rather suffer the problems and not have immigrants. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the percentage is in Canada, but it's quite high as a percentage of our population. I don't know what the numbers are for the United States either, but it's the same type of situation. I was the first in my family born here. My older sisters and my parents were all born in England and other places before that. But I was the first in my family born in Canada. Okay, now I need to hold off 2 days. Do this. August 31st at 1. Hello, Clyde. You gonna come sit on my arm? You gonna visit? Oh, I agree with you. Same comment. Sadly, the youth destroy the face of the immigrants, and now a giant hate campaign starts against immigrants on social media. Yeah? Okay, you two. You guys sit there. You can't sit on me while I'm playing. Okay? And stay off the keyboard, you two. Yeah, I'm going to be closing down here shortly. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. So I am not going to be streaming much longer. I'm about to go through some significant changes, and I want to be very fresh of mind when I do it. So now I can do large cruisers, interwar, and I have the Advanced Capital Armor Stream. They're not battleships, but they're pretty darn big. Goodbye, Captain. I'll see you in a couple days, probably. I'm sure our schedules will coordinate when I stream in a couple days. Always nice having people willing to chit-chat. "37 days, reclaim the Sudetenland." France and Britain announce an alliance. I'm so far behind on some of this stuff. Okay, we have the Sudetenland. The first Vienna Award we will move right into. And I have 10 more factories. And we will need stuff and things. I only have 3% to spare. So I'm going to need both. Munich Agreement. go. Overwhelming firepower. It's too far advanced. Russian tanks protecting Madrid. How do we put a stop to this? January 25th, 1939, for the fate of Czechoslovakia. Not quite ready yet. So far behind on radio equipment. This is not good. Guess I'm not that far behind. is possible we could get Madrid. Okay. I'm not even going to look at that yet. Time to design one of these large cruisers. Any decisions? I'll take a look. I'm in position to actually do some. I'm just designing a new ship. Not quite a battle cruiser, but I'm going to name them after battle cruisers. go. Okay. For D. Other than the west wall, nothing going on. Let's switch to torsion bars. Oct37-Jan39, 1939, January model. Come on, Madrid, fall. '95. 24 down. $96, $97, and I got pushed out. God damn it. Oh. Romo's been nothing but disappointing. You after my Coke bottle there, Bonnie? Why do you want to get my Coke bottle, huh? Okay, that alleviate my steel production, eh? Does. That's good. All right. January 24th, the Treaty of Madrid. Oh. It needs to be January 25th, fate of Yugoslavia. Fate of Yugoslavia, 49 days. Sorry, fate of Czechoslovakia, 49 days. Okay, I think that's a good place to leave it. I'm out of Spain. Spain is victorious. Franco, or whoever the fascist is down there. I didn't even check if it was Franco. It's not. Okay, I didn't think it was. Rommel's on his way back. January 1939. We now need to wrap up Czechoslovakia. And then we need to decide if we're going to do something other. If we're going to delay the war, we need to go for Memel, and then that's the end of it. We've got lots of political points. We're all looking good. Surface Raiders. Research speeds goes up. His abilities. Grand Battle Fleet. I think Surface Raiders. It's the way to go. 98 days until our fuel is full. I think everything is good. That is the training fleet. Make that back and organized. Okay, I think this is a good spot to leave things. So, Grandpa Canuck, I'm going to sign off. Hope all you people and bots out there are having a good one. And please hit that follow. Hit that. If you like the video, do that. Any questions you have, put it down. And my two green cheek Tanyas, Bonnie and Clyde, want to say goodbye as well, apparently. So, let's all say goodbye, birdies. Until next time, all you people and bots, be good to each other. Take care. Bye-bye.